The rain hammered against the windows of number 12, Grimmauld Place, with a persistence that matched the drumming in Regulus Black's chest. He sat alone in the drawing room, the fire crackling low in the grate, casting shadows that danced across the faded grandeur of his family home. The velvet curtains, once a deep emerald green, had dulled to the color of stagnant water. Everything in this house seemed to be decaying, slowly surrendering to time and neglect. Regulus pulled the sleeve of his robes higher, revealing the dark mark that coiled across his pale forearm like a serpent frozen mid-strike. The skull leered at him, its empty socket somehow more accusing than any living eyes could be. The snake writhing through the jaw seemed to pulse with a life of its own, and Regulus felt the familiar wave of nausea rise in his throat. He had wanted this once. The honor, the glory, the chance to prove himself worthy of the Black family name in ways his brother Sirius never could. The memory of that night felt both distant and immediate. The Dark Lord's cold fingers on his arm, the burning agony as the mark seared itself into his flesh, the terrible exhilaration of belonging to something greater than himself. What a fool he had been. The fire popped, sending up a shower of sparks, and Regulus flinched. His hand moved instinctively to his wand, though there was no threat here beyond his own thoughts. The drawing-room door stood slightly ajar, and through it he could hear the soft shuffle of house-elf feet on ancient carpet. "Creature," he called, his voice rougher than intended. The house-elf appeared almost instantly, his bat-like ears drooping, his rheumy eyes fixed on the elaborate carpet rather than his master's face. Creature had served the House of Black for decades, had raised both Regulus and Sirius with a devotion that bordered on worship. But lately, something had changed in the old elf's demeanor. There was a tremor to his movements, a hesitation that had never been there before. "Master Regulus called?" Creature's voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. Regulus studied the house elf more carefully. In the firelight, he could see that Creature's usual meticulous appearance had deteriorated. His tea towel was torn in places, and there were dark stains that might have been mud or something worse. More troubling were the scratches visible on his gnarled hands, red and raw against his papery skin. "You're injured," Regulus said, leaning forward. "What happened?" Creature's ears flattened against his skull. "Creature is clumsy, Master. Creature is not worthy of Master Regulus's concern. Look at me, Creature." The command was gentle, but it was still a command. Creature's eyes rose slowly, and Regulus felt his breath catch. He had never seen such fear in those ancient eyes, such profound horror. Whatever had happened to the old elf, it had shaken him to his very core. "Tell me," Regulus insisted, but Creature's mouth worked soundlessly, his whole body beginning to shake. A sharp crack echoed through the room as Creature disapparated, leaving Regulus alone once more with only the fire and his dark thoughts for company. He stood, pacing to the window, watching the rain streak down the glass like tears. Beyond, Grimmauld Place stretched away into the London gloom, a street of identical black doors and narrow houses pressed together as if for warmth. But there was no warmth here. Not really. There never had been. Regulus pressed his forehead against the cold glass, closing his eyes. The meeting 3 nights ago played behind his eyelids with unwelcome clarity. He had stood in the circle of Death Eaters, masked and robed, listening to the Dark Lord speak of blood purity and magical supremacy. The words that had once stirred something fierce and proud in his chest now sounded hollow, poisonous. And then there had been the Muggle family. Regulus's hands clenched into fists. He could still hear the screams, still see the terror in their eyes as they begged for mercy that would never come. The Dark Lord had laughed, and his followers had laughed with him, and Regulus had stood frozen, his wand heavy in his hand, unable to participate but equally unable to intervene. Afterwards, Bellatrix had cornered him, her dark eyes glittering with a madness that made him want to run. "You're too soft, little cousin," she had hissed. "The Dark Lord notices these things. You must prove your loyalty, or you'll find yourself on the wrong end of a wand." The threat was clear. In the Dark Lord's service, there was no middle ground. You were either zealously devoted, or you were expendable. And Regulus was beginning to understand, with a clarity that terrified him, that he might soon fall into the latter category. He moved away from the window, returning to his chair by the fire. The drawing room was filled with the artifacts of his family's long history. Silver frames holding portraits of stern-faced ancestors, decorative wands mounted on the walls, a cabinet full of cursed objects that his mother had collected with pride. The Black family tree dominated one wall, a massive tapestry worked in gold thread, with burn marks where certain names had been blasted away. Sirius's name was gone, of course, removed the moment he had fled to the Potters and rejected everything the family stood for. Regulus had been 15 when Sirius left. He remembered standing in this very room, listening to their mother's screams of rage and grief, their father's cold pronouncement that they now had only one son, and Regulus, foolish Regulus, had felt a surge of opportunity. Finally, he could be the son they wanted. Finally, he could prove his worth. He had been sorted into Slytherin, just like every Black before him. He had excelled in his studies, particularly in the dark arts that Hogwarts officially forbade, but that every pure-blood family taught their children at home. He had made the right friends, said the right things, and, when the time came, he had eagerly accepted the dark mark. Sirius had sent one letter, intercepted by their mother, and burned before Regulus could read it fully. He had glimpsed only a few words. "It's not too late. You can still choose differently." But Regulus had been certain he had already made the right choice. The fire crackled lower, and Regulus waved his wand absently to feed it more fuel. The flames leapt higher, and in their dance he seemed to see faces, the Muggle family, Creature's terrified eyes, Sirius's disappointed expression the last time they had spoken. They had encountered each other by chance in Diagon Alley, just after Regulus had received the mark. Sirius had looked older, harder, his grey eyes cold with contempt. "So you've done it then," Sirius had said, his gaze dropping to Regulus's covered forearm. "Joined the murdering fanatics." "They're fighting for our world," Regulus had replied, the words sounding rehearsed even to his own ears. "For magic, for our heritage. They're fighting for power, Reg, for the chance to hurt people weaker than themselves. And you're too smart not to see that." But Regulus had turned away, had walked into Nocturne Alley rather than continue the conversation. He had told himself it was because Sirius was a blood traitor, because his brother had been corrupted by his Muggle-loving friends. Deep down, though, he had known the real reason. He was afraid Sirius might be right. Now, sitting alone in the dying light of a grey afternoon, Regulus knew with certainty that his brother had been right all along. The question was what to do about it. He couldn't simply leave, not the way Sirius had. For one thing, the Dark Mark wasn't something you resigned from. Death Eaters who tried to defect were hunted down and made examples of, their deaths designed to be as brutal and public as possible. For another, Regulus lacked Sirius's courage. His brother had always been the brave one, the bold one, while Regulus had been cautious, calculating, concerned with consequences. And yet, doing nothing felt increasingly impossible. Every meeting, every mission, every casual cruelty inflicted in the Dark Lord's name added another weight to Regulus's soul. He was drowning in it, suffocating under the burden of his own choices. The door creaked open, and Creature shuffled in, carrying a tea tray that rattled with the trembling of his hands. He set it down on the side table without meeting Regulus's eyes, and began to pour with painful slowness. "Creature," Regulus said softly, "please, tell me what happened to you." The teapot clinked against the cup. For a long moment, Creature said nothing, simply stood there with his head bowed, his whole body rigid with some internal struggle. When he finally spoke, his voice was so quiet, Regulus had to lean forward to hear. "The Dark Lord," Creature whispered. "The Dark Lord needed a house elf." Ice flooded Regulus's veins. "What did he need you for?" Creature cannot say. "Master." Creature was ordered not to speak of it. "I'm ordering you to tell me," Regulus said, and then immediately felt sick at himself for using his authority this way. But Creature looked almost relieved, as if he had been desperate to share this burden, but unable to do so without permission. "Master Regulus must understand," Creature began, his voice shaking. "Creature serves the House of Black. When the Dark Lord asked Mistress for the loan of a house elf, Creature went proudly. The Dark Lord is a friend to purebloods," Creature thought. "It is an honor to serve him." Regulus felt dread building in his chest. "Go on." The Dark Lord took Creature to a cave by the sea. "A terrible cave, Master, dark and cold. There was a lake, and in the middle of the lake, a basin filled with green potion. The Dark Lord made Creature drink it." The old elf's voice broke, and he covered his face with his gnarled hands. Regulus sat frozen, horror washing over him in waves. "The potion, Master, it burned. It made Creature see terrible things, remember awful things. And when it was finished, Creature was so thirsty, desperate for water. But the water in the lake, Master..." Creature's whole body shuddered. Things in the water, dead things. They pulled at Creature, tried to drag Creature down. Regulus's mind raced. A cave, a potion, dead things in the water. This was dark magic of a kind he had never encountered, not even in the restricted section of the Black family library. "How did you escape?" he asked. "House elf magic is different, Master." Creature disapparated. The Dark Lord did not think of that, perhaps. Or perhaps he did not care if Creature lived or died. The last words were said with such profound hurt that Regulus felt something crack inside his chest. Creature had gone proudly to serve the Dark Lord, believing it an honor, and had been treated as nothing more than a disposable tool for testing whatever evil magic the Dark Lord had been creating. "Did he say why?" Regulus asked. "Why he needed you to drink the potion?" Creature shook his head. The Dark Lord spoke to himself, not to Creature, but he placed something in the basin after Creature drank. Something important. A locket. A locket. Regulus's breath caught. He had seen such a locket once, briefly, at a Death Eater gathering. The Dark Lord had been holding it, stroking it with an affection that seemed profoundly wrong on his snake-like features. When Regulus had asked Yaxley about it later, the older Death Eater had gone pale and advised him to forget he had ever seen it. "What did this locket look like?" Regulus asked urgently. "Heavy gold, Master, with an ornate S worked into it. Very old, very valuable. The Dark Lord treated it like a treasure, more precious than anything creature has ever seen. An S, Slytherin." Regulus felt pieces clicking together in his mind, though the full picture remained unclear. The Dark Lord was obsessed with Slytherin heritage, claimed descent from Salazar, Slytherin himself. A locket that important, hidden in such a terrible place, protected by such dark magic. This was something significant, something the Dark Lord desperately wanted to keep safe. Or perhaps, Regulus thought with growing horror, something the Dark Lord desperately needed to remain hidden. He stood abruptly, moving to the bookshelf that lined one wall. His fingers trailed across ancient spines until they found what he was looking for, a book on advanced dark magic that his mother had forbidden him to read until he came of age. He had devoured it at 17, fascinated and repulsed in equal measure by the spells it contained. Now he flipped through it with fumbling fingers, searching for something, though he wasn't quite sure what. Creature watched him silently, still trembling. Master Regulus should not concern himself, the house elf said quietly. Creature is well now. The Dark Lord's business is not for us to question. But Regulus barely heard him. His eyes had found a passage, and the words sent ice through his veins. The darkest of magics. He read aloud, his voice hollow. The severing of the soul through murder, the hiding of that fragment in an object of power. Immortality through the creation of a Horcrux. The book trembled in his hands. A Horcrux. It was a word whispered in the darkest corners of magical theory, a practice so vile that most wizards refused to believe anyone would actually attempt it. To split one's soul, to murder not just the body, but the very essence of what made a person human. It was an abomination, and the Dark Lord had done it. Regulus looked up at Creature, seeing the house elf's injuries with new understanding. The potion had been a test, a way to ensure the protective enchantments worked. And the locket, that precious locket hidden in the cave, it contained a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. Creature, Regulus said, his voice steady despite the storm raging in his mind. I need you to tell me everything you remember about that cave. Every detail, no matter how small. Can you do that for me? The house elf's ears perked up slightly, confusion evident on his wrinkled face. Master Regulus wishes to know about the terrible cave. Yes, Regulus said, and in that moment, something crystallized inside him, a purpose clear and terrible and necessary. Yes, I need to know everything, because I'm going to go there, Creature. I'm going to retrieve that locket. Master Regulus cannot. Creature's voice rose in panic. The cave is too dangerous, the magic too dark. Master Regulus must not risk himself. But Regulus shook his head, feeling certainty settle over him like a cloak. For the first time in months, perhaps years, he knew exactly what he needed to do. I must, he said quietly. Don't you see, Creature? The Dark Lord has done something terrible, something that makes him nearly impossible to kill. But that locket is a weakness. If it were destroyed, he would be vulnerable. He looked down at the dark mark on his arm. at the skull that had once filled him with pride and now filled him only with shame. "I made a terrible mistake," Regulus continued, his voice soft. "I cannot undo all the harm I have helped to cause. But perhaps I can do this one thing. Perhaps I can take something precious from the Dark Lord, something he believes is safe. It won't make up for what I've done, but it's a start." Creature stared at him, and Regulus saw something shift in those ancient eyes. Understanding, perhaps. Or maybe just the recognition that his young master had finally found something worth fighting for, even if it meant fighting alone. Outside, the rain continued to fall on Grimmauld Place, washing the grime from the windows, but unable to cleanse the darkness that had taken root in the house. But in the drawing room, a small light had kindled, fragile and flickering, but real nonetheless. Regulus Black settled into his chair, the book of dark magic open in his lap, and began to plan. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed midnight, its deep tones reverberating through the silence of Grimmauld Place. Regulus sat cross-legged on the floor of the library, surrounded by towers of books that cast long shadows in the wandlight. His eyes burned from hours of reading, but he couldn't stop. Each page brought him closer to understanding the magnitude of what the Dark Lord had done, and what Regulus himself needed to do. Creature had retreated to his cupboard hours ago, but Regulus could hear the occasional creak of floorboards above, the soft shuffle that suggested the house elf wasn't sleeping any better than his master. The revelation about the Horcrux had shaken them both, though in different ways. For Creature, it was the horror of being used and discarded. For Regulus, it was the dawning realization of just how far the Dark Lord had fallen into darkness, and how willingly Regulus had followed him there. He turned another page in the ancient tome before him, this one bound in dragon hide and secured with silver clasps. The text was written in an archaic form of Latin that made his head ache, but the diagrams were clear enough. A Horcrux required murder, yes, but not just any murder. It required a specific kind of malice, a deliberate choosing of evil that rent the soul like tearing parchment. How many had the Dark Lord killed? How many times had he performed this obscene ritual? Regulus closed the book with a soft thud and rubbed his eyes. The library around him was a repository of Black family knowledge, both light and dark. His ancestors had collected texts on every subject imaginable, from healing charms to the most vicious of curses. As a child, Regulus had loved this room, had spent hours exploring its shelves, while Sirius preferred to be outside, flying or causing mischief. The thought of his brother sent a pang through Regulus's chest. How long had it been since they'd spoken? 2 years? 3? Time seemed to blur when measured in losses. He wondered what Sirius would say if he could see Regulus now, surrounded by dark magic texts, planning something that would almost certainly end in death. Perhaps Sirius would be proud, or perhaps he would simply shake his head and say it was too little, too late. A soft pop announced Creature's arrival before Regulus heard the house elf's voice. "Master Regulus should sleep," Creature said, his tone carrying the gentle chiding of someone who had raised the child he now served. "It is not healthy for Master to stay awake so many nights." Regulus looked up at the old elf, noting again the tremor in his hands, the way his ears drooped even more than usual. The scratches from the inferi were healing slowly, leaving angry red marks across Creature's papery skin. "I can't sleep," Regulus admitted. "Every time I close my eyes, I see that cave. I see you being hurt, and I think about what else the Dark Lord might have hidden there." Creature shuffled closer, his bare feet silent on the Persian rug. "Master Regulus is troubled by Creature's suffering." "Of course I am." Regulus sat up straighter, pushing aside the books. "Creature, you've been part of this family longer than I've been alive. You practically raised Sirius and me. The thought of you being used that way, treated as if you were nothing—" His voice caught. "It makes me sick." The house elf's eyes widened, and for a moment he seemed unable to speak. Finally, in a voice barely above a whisper, he said, "Master Regulus is kind. Kinder than Creature deserves." "You deserve better than what happened to you," Regulus said firmly, "and I intend to make sure the Dark Lord pays for it." He stood, moving to the window that overlooked the small, gloomy garden behind the house. Rain still fell, though lighter now, pattering against the glass in an irregular rhythm. Beyond the garden wall, he could see the lights of Muggle London, a world he had been taught to despise but had never truly understood. "Tell me about the cave again," Regulus said, not turning from the window. "I need to know everything, Creature. Every detail you can remember." Behind him, he heard Creature settle onto the worn armchair that had been his mother's favorite. The house elf was silent for so long that Regulus almost repeated the question, but then Creature began to speak, his voice distant and hollow. "The Dark Lord apparated Creature to the coast," Creature began. "A rocky shore, Master, with cliffs that rose up like the walls of a prison. The sea was grey and angry, throwing itself against the rocks. Creature could taste salt in the air, could feel the spray on his face." Regulus closed his eyes, visualizing the scene. "There was a cave in the cliff face," Creature continued. "Not visible from the beach, hidden behind rocks and the curve of the stone. The Dark Lord found it as if he had been there many times before. Perhaps he had, Master. Perhaps he had prepared this place long ago." "What was the entrance like?" Regulus asked. "Narrow, Master. So narrow that a wizard would have to squeeze through. But the Dark Lord said certain words, and the rock changed, became soft, almost like water. We passed through easily then." Regulus filed this information away. Blood magic, perhaps, or some kind of recognition charm keyed to the Dark Lord's magical signature. It would be something to research. "Inside was darkness," Creature said, his voice dropping even lower. "Complete darkness, Master, the kind that presses against your eyes." The Dark Lord lit his wand, and Creature saw that we stood at the edge of a vast underground lake. The water was black, perfectly still. It looked like a sheet of glass, Master, or like the darkness itself had become liquid. "How did you cross it?" "There was a boat, Master, a small boat, hidden in the rocks, just large enough for two. The Dark Lord made Creature row." Creature's voice took on a bitter edge. "House elves do not tire easily," the Dark Lord said. "House elves are suited for such work." Regulus felt anger flare in his chest, but kept his voice calm. "How long did it take to reach the center?" "Many minutes, Master." The lake was larger than it seemed, and all the while, Creature felt eyes watching from beneath the water. Not seeing them, you understand, but feeling them, knowing something was down there, waiting. "The Inferi," Regulus murmured. "Yes, Master." Creature's voice shook, though Creature did not know what they were then, only that they were there, silent and patient as death itself. Regulus turned from the window to face Creature directly. The house elf sat hunched in the chair, his gnarled hands gripping the armrests, his eyes distant with memory. What was at the center of the lake? Regulus prompted gently. An island, master. Not large. A wizard could cross it in perhaps 20 paces. Made of the same black rock as the cave, smooth as if it had been shaped by magic. And in the very center stood a basin, carved from the living stone. The basin with the potion. Creature nodded slowly. Yes, master. It was filled to the brim with liquid that glowed a sickly green, like poison given light. The Dark Lord bent over it, speaking words that Creature did not understand. Ancient words, powerful words, and then Creature's voice broke. Take your time, Regulus said, moving to kneel beside the chair. The Dark Lord told Creature that the potion must be drunk, all of it, down to the last drop. He said that Creature should drink and continue drinking no matter what happened. That Creature must not stop, must not refuse, must drain the basin completely. Why? Regulus asked, though he already suspected the answer. To test it, master, to ensure that the protections worked, that anyone seeking what lay hidden would have to endure the potion's effects. The Dark Lord said. Creature's voice trembled with remembered humiliation. The Dark Lord said that house elves feel pain as wizards do, and so Creature would serve well as a test. Regulus felt something cold and hard settle in his stomach. This was the true face of the Dark Lord, stripped of the rhetoric about blood purity and magical superiority. Here was a creature so devoid of compassion that he could torture a defenseless house elf simply to test his dark magic and feel nothing but scientific curiosity. What did the potion do to you? Regulus asked quietly. Creature was silent for a long moment, his eyes fixed on something Regulus couldn't see. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely audible. It burned, master, like swallowing fire, or acid, or the essence of pain itself. Each mouthful was agony, but Creature had been ordered to drink, and house elves must obey. So Creature drank and drank and drank. But it wasn't just physical pain, was it? Creature shook his head slowly. No, master. The potion showed Creature things, terrible things. Creature saw mistress and master, your parents, Master Regulus, telling Creature how worthless he was, how he had failed them. Creature saw the house burning, saw you and Master Sirius dying, while Creature could do nothing to save you. Creature saw all the worst moments of his long life, every failure, every mistake, played over and over until Creature thought he would go mad. Tears tracked down the house elf's wrinkled cheeks, and Regulus felt his own eyes burning. How long did it last? Forever, master, and also no time at all. Time lost meaning in that terrible place. Creature drank until the basin was empty, until his throat was raw and his mind was breaking. And then Creature's whole body shuddered. Then came the thirst. Tell me about the thirst, Regulus said, though part of him didn't want to know. It was worse than the visions, master, worse than the burning. Creature needed water more than Creature needed to breathe. The potion had drained all the moisture from Creature's body, left him desperate and dying. And there was water all around, the great black lake surrounding the island. Creature crawled to the edge and reached down to drink. Creature's voice dropped to a horrified whisper. That's when they came. Regulus waited, not trusting himself to speak. Hands, master. White hands, dead hands, reaching up from the depths. Dozens of them, hundreds perhaps. They grabbed Creature, pulled Creature toward the water. Faces appeared beneath the surface, rotting faces, eyeless faces, faces twisted in death. The inferi meant to drag Creature down, to make Creature one of them. "How did you escape?" Regulus asked again, though Creature had already told him. "House elf magic is different from wizard magic," Creature repeated, his voice steadier now. The Dark Lord had placed enchantments to prevent apparition and disapparition, but they were made for wizards. House elves travel differently, use magic that is our own. So Creature, disapparated, left that terrible place, came back to Grimmauld Place. Did the Dark Lord know you? Could escape that way? Creature shook his head uncertainly. "Creature does not know, Master. Perhaps the Dark Lord did not think of it. Or perhaps—" The house elf's voice turned bitter. Perhaps the Dark Lord simply did not care. Creature was just a house elf. If Creature died, it was no great loss. Regulus stood, pacing the length of the library. His mind raced, processing everything Creature had told him. The cave's location would be difficult to find without more information, but not impossible. The entrance could be breached with the right spells, or perhaps by copying the Dark Lord's method. The boat and the lake, those presented challenges, but manageable ones. It was the basin that troubled him. The potion and the inferi were protections designed by the Dark Lord himself, fueled by magic more powerful than anything Regulus had encountered. To retrieve the locket, he would have to drink that potion, endure what Creature had endured. And unlike Creature, Regulus couldn't simply disapparate away when the inferi came. The enchantments would hold a wizard fast. "Master Regulus is planning to go to the cave," Creature said. It wasn't a question. "Yes." Creature begs Master Regulus to reconsider. "The cave is too dangerous. The Dark Lord's magic is too strong. Master Regulus will die there." Regulus turned to face the house elf. "Perhaps. Probably, even. But Creature, don't you see? That locket contains a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. As long as it remains safe, he remains immortal. But if it were destroyed, the Dark Lord could be killed," Creature finished slowly. "Exactly. And someone needs to make that possible. Someone needs to take that first step." "But why Master Regulus?" Creature's voice rose in anguish. "Master is young, with so much life ahead. Let someone else face the Dark Lord's wrath. Let some other wizard risk the cave." Regulus knelt beside the chair again, taking one of Creature's gnarled hands in his own. The gesture seemed to shock the house elf into silence. "Because I carry this," Regulus said, pulling up his sleeve to reveal the dark mark. "Because I made a choice, Creature. I chose to follow the Dark Lord. I chose to take this mark. And now I'm seeing where that choice leads. To the torture of innocent house elves, to the murder of muggles, to darkness so complete it devours the soul itself." He released Creature's hand and stood, moving back to the window. "I can't undo the things I've done. I can't bring back the people the Dark Lord has killed or erase my part in his rise to power. But I can do this. I can take something from him, something precious, and maybe, just maybe, it will be enough to make a difference." "Master Regulus speaks like Master Sirius used to speak," Creature said softly, with that same fire, that same certainty. The comparison stung and warmed in equal measure. Sirius was always the brave one. "No, Master." Creature shook his head. "Master Sirius was brave in the way of Gryffindors, all flash and boldness. But this, what Master Regulus plans. This is a different kind of courage. The courage to admit mistakes. The courage to face certain death for what is right. Regulus was quiet for a long moment, looking out at the rain-soaked garden. Somewhere out there, beyond the walls of Grimmauld Place, his brother was living his own life, fighting his own battles. Sirius had joined the Order of the Phoenix. Regulus had heard through the whispered gossip of the pure-blood families. He was actively fighting against the Dark Lord, risking his life for a better world. And here was Regulus, planning his own form of resistance. Perhaps, in the end, the Black brothers weren't so different after all. "I'll need your help," Regulus said, turning back to Creature. "I need to know exactly where this cave is. Can you take me there?" Creature's ears drooped. "Creature can, Master, though it breaks Creature's heart to do so. And I'll need to practice. The defensive spells I know might not be enough against Inferi. I'll need to research, to prepare." Regulus's mind was already racing ahead, making plans, considering possibilities. How much potion was in the basin? "Much, Master. Many mouthfuls. It took Creature long minutes to drain it all." "And once it was drained, you saw the locket?" "Yes, Master. It lay at the bottom of the basin, glowing with its own light. The Dark Lord took it, held it almost tenderly. He spoke to it, Master, as if it were alive. And then he placed it back in the basin and poured the potion over it again. So the locket would need to be retrieved from beneath the potion, which meant drinking it all. There was no shortcut, no clever way around it. The Dark Lord had designed his protections well. "I'll need to create a replacement," Regulus said, thinking aloud. "A fake locket that looks enough like the original to fool a casual inspection. That way, even if the Dark Lord checks on his precious Horcrux, he won't immediately know it's gone." "Master Regulus is clever," Creature said, a note of pride creeping into his voice. "Like your mother, always thinking ahead." The mention of his mother sent a complicated wave of emotion through Regulus. Walburga Black had raised her sons to revere blood purity above all else, to see Muggle-borns and half-bloods as lesser beings. She had disowned Sirius without a second thought when he rejected those teachings. And yet, Regulus knew she had loved them both in her own twisted way, had wanted what she thought was best for them. What would she think of what he was planning? Would she see it as betrayal, or as the ultimate act of Slytherin cunning, using the Dark Lord's own creation against him? He would never know. His mother's portrait hung in the entrance hall, but he couldn't bring himself to consult it. Not about this. "It's late," Regulus said finally. "Or early, rather. We should both try to get some sleep. Tomorrow, I'll begin my preparations in earnest." Creature rose from the chair, his movements slow and painful. "What does Master Regulus need Creature to do?" "Rest, heal, and when the time comes, help me find that cave." Regulus managed a small smile. "Can you do that for me, Creature?" "Creature lives to serve the House of Black," the house elf said formally. But then his voice softened. "And Creature does not wish to see young Master die." "I'll do my best to stay alive," Regulus promised, though they both knew it was likely a lie. Creature shuffled toward the door, then paused. "Master Regulus, what will happen to the locket after you retrieve it?" It was a good question, one Regulus had been turning over in his mind. "I'm not sure yet. It will need to be destroyed, but that won't be simple. A Horcrux is protected by powerful magic. I'll need to research the proper methods. And if Master Regulus cannot destroy it, then I'll leave instructions. I'll make sure someone else can finish what I started. He thought of Sirius again, of the Order of the Phoenix. Perhaps, in the end, his brother would be the one to complete this task. The idea was strangely comforting. After Creature left, Regulus remained in the library, surrounded by books and shadows. The fire had burned down to embers, and the early morning light was just beginning to creep through the windows. He pulled a blank piece of parchment towards him and began to write. To the Dark Lord, the words flowed from his quill, forming a message that would never be sent, could never be sent. But writing it helped crystallize his thoughts, helped him understand exactly what he was fighting for and against. I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. He wrote of the Horcrux, of what he planned to do. He wrote with the grim certainty of someone who knew he was penning his own eulogy. And when he was finished, he folded the parchment carefully and set it aside. It would go into the locket, he decided. A final message to the Dark Lord, a way of ensuring that even in death, Regulus Black would have the last word. Outside, the rain had finally stopped. London was waking, mundane and magical alike, to a new day. And in the library of number 12, Grimold Place, a young man sat surrounded by books on dark magic and ancient evil, preparing to face both. He was afraid. Of course he was afraid. But beneath the fear, Regulus found something else, a kind of peace. For the first time in his life, he was making a choice that was truly his own, unburdened by family expectations or the weight of the dark mark. He was going to die, almost certainly, but he was going to die for something that mattered, doing something that might actually make a difference. It would have to be enough. 3 weeks had passed since Creature's revelation, and the library of Grimold Place had become Regulus's entire world. Books lay open on every surface, their pages marked with scraps of parchment covered in his cramped handwriting. Empty teacups formed rings on the wooden desk, and the fire burned continuously, fed by house elf magic whenever it threatened to dim. Regulus himself looked like a shadow of the polished pure-blood heir he had once been. Dark circles hollowed his eyes. His robes hung loose on a frame that had grown thin from forgotten meals, and his black hair fell unkempt across his forehead. But his eyes, those grey eyes, so like his brother's, burned with an intensity that hadn't been there before. He stood now before a work table he had cleared in the center of the room, studying the object that lay upon it. A locket, heavy gold, with an ornate S worked into its surface in emeralds and silver. It wasn't the real locket, of course. That still lay at the bottom of a potion-filled basin in a cave by the sea. This was Regulus's creation, painstakingly crafted over the past week, using transfiguration and metalwork spells he'd found in obscure texts. It needs to be perfect, he murmured to himself, tilting the locket to catch the firelight. He'll check it eventually. When he realizes someone has been to the cave, he'll check. The thought sent ice through his veins, but Regulus pushed the fear aside. Fear was useful only if it kept you alive long enough to complete your task. After that, it was merely a distraction. Creature appeared at his elbow with a soft pop, making Regulus jump despite himself. Master Regulus has not eaten today, the house elf said, his tone managing to be both deferential and scolding. Creature has brought soup. I'm not hungry. Master must eat to maintain strength. The journey ahead will require all of Master's power. Regulus looked down at the old elf, noting that Creature's injuries had finally healed, though his eyes still held shadows from his ordeal. "You're right, of course. Thank you, Creature." He accepted the bowl mechanically, spooning soup into his mouth without tasting it. His mind was elsewhere, running through the plan for what felt like the 1,000th time, searching for flaws, for weaknesses that might prove fatal. The cave's location had been the first challenge. Creature could apparate them there, but Regulus needed to understand exactly where they were going. Through careful questioning, he had learned that the cave was somewhere on the northern coast, accessible only by sea or by magic. The village nearest to it was small, barely more than a fishing hamlet, its Muggle inhabitants unaware of the dark magic festering in the cliffs above their homes. Getting into the cave would require blood. Creature had remembered the Dark Lord pricking his finger before the stone wall softened. Blood magic, then, key to the caster's intent, rather than their specific magical signature. That would work in Regulus's favor. He could use his own blood to gain entry. The boat was simple enough. The enchantments on it were designed to carry passengers to the island and back, nothing more. The real challenges began once they reached the basin. Regulus set down the empty soup bowl and moved to another table, this one covered with notes about Inferi and their weaknesses. He had spent days in the restricted section of magical theory, reading accounts of Inferi attacks throughout history. They were corpses animated by dark magic, empty vessels controlled by a wizard's will. They feared fire. That much was consistent across all the texts. But the Dark Lord's Inferi would be more powerful than the typical reanimated corpse, protected by enchantments, driven by commands that would outlast their creator's physical presence. "Fire," Regulus muttered, picking up his wand. "Incendio would work on normal Inferi, but these won't be normal." He had been practicing, spending hours each night in the cellar of Grimmauld Place, perfecting his fire spells. The walls down there were scarred black from his efforts, and twice he had nearly set the house ablaze before Creature intervened. But it wasn't enough. He needed something more powerful, more sustained. Fiend fire would do it, cursed fire that consumed everything in its path, impossible to control, impossible to extinguish. But fiend fire was as dangerous to the caster as to the target. In an enclosed space like the cave, it would kill him as surely as it killed the Inferi. There had to be another way. Regulus's eyes fell on a passage he had marked in one of the older texts, written by a wizard who had fought against Inferi during the Goblin rebellions of the 15th century. The creatures feared not merely fire, but light itself, the kind of light that speaks of life and warmth, anathema to their dead nature. A Patronus charm, properly cast, can drive them back, though it cannot destroy them. A Patronus. Regulus had learned the charm at Hogwarts, though he had never been particularly skilled at it. The few times he had managed to produce more than a wisp of silver mist, the form had been indistinct, shapeless. Patronuses required happy memories, powerful emotions of joy and hope. Those were not things Regulus Black had in abundance. Still, it was worth attempting. He stood, moving to the center of the room, his wand raised. Closing his eyes, he reached for a memory, something bright enough to fuel the spell. Christmas at Hogwarts, his 3rd year. The great hall decorated with icicles that never melted, enchanted snow falling from the charmed ceiling. He and his housemates gathered around the fire in the Slytherin common room, the greenish light from the lake casting dancing shadows on the walls. For a moment, he had felt truly content, truly at peace. Expecto Patronum. Silver mist burst from his wand, coalescing for a moment into something almost solid before dissipating. Not enough. The memory wasn't strong enough, or perhaps his faith in it wasn't. Regulus tried again, reaching for different memories. His first successful transfiguration spell. The pride in Professor McGonagall's eyes when he had scored top marks in her NEUT. The letter from his mother praising his selection as a prefect. But each memory was tainted now, poisoned by what had come after. The pride in McGonagall's eyes had been pride in a student who would later become a Death Eater. His mother's letter had been written by a woman who valued blood purity over humanity. Every happy moment of his life was shadowed by the knowledge of what he had become. "It's no use," Regulus said, lowering his wand in frustration. "I can't do it." "Master Regulus must not give up," Creature said from his corner. The house elf had been watching silently, his large eyes filled with concern. "Master is strong. Master will find the memory he needs." "What if there isn't one?" Regulus asked, and was surprised by the despair in his own voice. "What if I've corrupted everything good in my life by the choices I've made?" Creature shuffled forward, his expression unusually firm. "Then Master must make a new memory, a good choice to balance the bad ones." The simple wisdom of it struck Regulus silent. Of course, the decision to retrieve the locket, to fight back against the Dark Lord, that was a good choice. Perhaps the first truly good choice he had made in years. He raised his wand again, but this time he didn't reach for the past. Instead, he thought about the future. Not his own future, which would likely end in the cave, but the future his sacrifice might create. A world where the Dark Lord could be defeated, where Creature would never again be tortured for a madman's experiments, where children like he and Sirius had been might grow up free from the poison of blood supremacy. It was a fragile hope, barely more than a wish, but it was real. Expecto Patronum. The silver mist surged forth, brighter than before, and for a moment, just a moment, Regulus saw a shape within it, something four-legged and graceful, there and gone like a half-remembered dream. It still wasn't enough to fully form, but it was progress. Creature clapped his gnarled hands together. "Master did it! Master's Patronus is coming!" "Barely," Regulus said, but he allowed himself a small smile. "I'll need to practice more, every night until we leave." "When does Master plan to go to the cave?" It was the question Regulus had been avoiding, the decision that once made could not be unmade. He moved to the window, looking out at the street below. Autumn had arrived in London, painting the world in shades of amber and gold. Soon winter would come, bringing with it the darkness and cold that seemed to suit the Black family so well. "Soon," Regulus said. "A week, perhaps 2. I need to finish the locket, practice the Patronus charm until I can maintain it, and I need to write letters." "Letters, Master?" Regulus nodded slowly. "Instructions, in case someone finds the locket after I'm gone. They'll need to know what it is, how to destroy it." He paused. "And I want to write to Sirius." Creature's ears flattened against his skull. "Master Sirius is a blood traitor. Mistress would not approve." "I know, but he's still my brother, Creature. And if I am going to die, I want him to know. Regulus trailed off, unsure how to finish the sentence. What did he want Sirius to know? That he had been right all along. That Regulus was sorry for the years of estrangement, for the harsh words exchanged in their last meeting. I'll figure out what to say. Regulus finished lamely. The next several days passed in a blur of preparation. Regulus refined the fake locket until it was perfect, indistinguishable from the real thing to any but the most careful inspection. He practiced his Patronus until his arms ached from holding his wand aloft, until the silver shape, a dog, he thought, though it was hard to be certain, flickered into existence more often than not. He also studied destruction methods for Horcruxes. The texts were vague, speaking of magic powerful enough to break through the protective enchantments surrounding a soul fragment. Basilisk venom was mentioned in one ancient tome, though how anyone was supposed to obtain such a thing was left unexplained. Fiendfire again appeared, though with stern warnings about its dangers. There was also a cryptic reference to a legendary sword, lost to history, that could destroy evil. Regulus dismissed that as myth. He would leave research into Horcrux destruction to whoever found his note. On the 7th night after he had begun his preparations, Regulus sat down to write the letters that might be his last words to the world. The first was the note that would go into the locket, addressed to the Dark Lord. Regulus wrote it with a hand that remained steady despite the racing of his heart. To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead, long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. Short, simple, and devastating. Let the Dark Lord know that his precious immortality had been compromised, that someone had seen through his plans and acted against them. Let him spend eternity, however long that might be, wondering who R.A.B. was, how much they had known, whether there were others. The second letter was harder. Regulus sat for nearly an hour with a blank piece of parchment before him, quill poised, unable to find the words. How did you apologize to a brother you had scorned and rejected? How did you explain years of silence and hostility? Finally, he began to write. Sirius, by the time you read this, I'll be dead. I need you to know that you were right about everything. The Dark Lord, the Death Eaters, the path I chose. You saw the truth of it all, and I was too proud and too foolish to listen. I can't undo the harm I've caused or the time we've lost, but I'm trying to do something that matters, something that might help in the war against the Dark Lord. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't deserve it. I just wanted you to know that in the end, I understood what you were trying to tell me all those years ago. You were always the brave one, Sirius. The one who dared to be different, to choose your own path, regardless of what our family thought. I envied that courage even as I scorned it. I wish I had followed your example sooner. Take care of yourself, brother. Fight well. And if you can, try to remember that once, before everything went wrong, we were friends. Your brother, Regulus. He read it over 3 times, his vision blurring with tears he hadn't realized he was shedding. Then he folded it carefully and sealed it with the Black family crest. A bitter irony not lost on him. The letter would go to Creature, with instructions to deliver it to Sirius only after Regulus's death was confirmed. Perhaps Sirius would burn it unread, still too angry at his younger brother's choices. Or perhaps, just perhaps, he would read it and understand. It would have to be enough. The third letter was the most important, though Regulus had no idea who would read it. He wrote out detailed instructions about the locket, what it was, how he had obtained it. He explained about Horcruxes in terms as clear as he could manage, drawing on his weeks of research. He listed the destruction methods he had found, each one with its challenges and dangers. And then, at the end, he added a personal note. To whoever finds this, I don't know who you are or how you came to possess this locket. Perhaps you're a member of the Order of the Phoenix, fighting against the Dark Lord as my brother does. Perhaps you're someone else entirely, stumbling upon this by chance or design. Whoever you are, please finish what I've started. The locket must be destroyed. The Dark Lord has split his soul, made himself immortal through the darkest of magics. As long as this Horcrux exists, he cannot truly die. I'm sorry I couldn't do more. I'm sorry I didn't see the truth sooner. But this is my choice, my attempt at redemption. Don't let it be in vain. R.A.B. He sealed this letter with a preservation charm, then tucked it into the fake locket along with the note to the Dark Lord. When the basin was drained and the locket retrieved, these words would be waiting. Regulus stood, gathering the letters and the fake locket, and moved to his bedroom. The room was exactly as it had been when he left Hogwarts. Slytherin banners on the walls, books about dark magic on the shelves, photographs of himself with his Death Eater friends. How young he looked in those photographs, how certain of his choices. He placed Sirius's letter in the top drawer of his desk, where Creature would find it easily. The other letters went into his robes, along with the fake locket. Everything was ready. All that remained was to choose the day. Regulus moved to his window and looked out at the London night. Somewhere out there, the Dark Lord was consolidating his power, spreading terror and death. Death Eaters were conducting raids, torturing muggles, recruiting more followers to their twisted cause. The war was accelerating, and every day that passed meant more innocent people suffering. He couldn't wait any longer. Tomorrow, Regulus said aloud, his breath fogging the glass. Tomorrow, we'll go to the cave. Behind him, Creature made a soft sound of distress, but didn't protest. The house elf had known this moment was coming, had helped prepare for it, despite his fears. Regulus turned to face him. Creature, I need you to promise me something. Anything, Master Regulus. When we get to the island, when I start drinking the potion, no matter what I say, no matter how I beg, you must make sure I finish it. All of it. Do you understand? The basin must be empty so I can reach the locket. Creature's eyes filled with tears. Master asks a terrible thing of Creature. I know, but it's necessary. Will you promise? For a long moment, Creature was silent. Then slowly, he nodded. Creature promises, but Master Regulus must promise something in return. What? After Master retrieves the locket, Creature will take Master home. Master must not argue, must not try to stay. Creature will bring Master Regulus back to Grimmauld Place, no matter what. It was a promise Creature knew Regulus couldn't keep. They both understood what would happen when the Inferi rose from the lake. But Regulus nodded anyway, giving the old elf this small comfort. I promise, Creature. That night, Regulus didn't sleep. He spent the hours practicing his Patronus one final time. watching the silver dog leap and bound through the library, driving back shadows that seemed to press in from all sides. He read through his notes again, memorizing every detail about the cave, about Infery, about the defensive spells he might need. And when the first light of dawn crept through the windows, painting the library in shades of grey and gold, Regulus Black stood ready to face his death. He dressed carefully in his best robes, dark and well-tailored, befitting a member of the noble and most ancient house of Black. He fastened his wand holster to his arm and checked that the fake locket was secure in his pocket. In his other pocket, he carried the letters, each one a small weight against his heart. Creature appeared as the grandfather clock struck 7, his face grave. "Master is certain?" the house elf asked one final time. Regulus looked around the library, at the books that had been his companions these past weeks, at the home that had shaped him into the person he had become. He thought of Sirius, fighting with the Order. He thought of the Muggle family whose screams still haunted his dreams. He thought of Creature, tortured and nearly killed for the Dark Lord's experiments. "I'm certain," Regulus said. "Let's go." Creature held out his gnarled hand, and Regulus took it. The house elf's skin was warm and papery, familiar from a lifetime of such contact. For a moment, they simply stood there, master and servant, both knowing this might be their last moment together. "Creature has always been proud to serve Master Regulus," the house elf said softly. "And I have always been grateful for your service, your loyalty, and your love," Regulus replied. "Whatever happens today, remember that." Then the world compressed around them, and they disapparated into the unknown, leaving Grimold Place silent and empty behind them. The sensation of disapparition ended abruptly, and Regulus stumbled as his feet found purchase on wet stone. Cold air hit him like a physical blow, carrying with it the sharp scent of brine and rotting seaweed. The roar of waves crashing against rock filled his ears, so loud it seemed to vibrate through his bones. He steadied himself, one hand reaching instinctively for his wand, while the other maintained its grip on Creature. When his vision cleared, Regulus found himself standing on a rocky beach, grey stones slick with spray stretching in all directions. Above, the sky was a uniform slate, heavy with clouds that promised rain. The sea churned before them, dark and angry, throwing itself against jagged cliffs that rose like broken teeth from the water. "This is the place?" Regulus asked, though he already knew the answer. He could feel it in the air, a wrongness that made his skin crawl. Dark magic had been worked here, powerful and malevolent. "Yes, Master," Creature whispered, his voice nearly lost beneath the wind and waves. "The cave is there, in the cliff face." Regulus followed the house elf's pointing finger toward what appeared to be a solid wall of rock. From where they stood, he could see nothing that suggested an entrance. No break in the stone, no shadow that might indicate a cave. But as he squinted against the spray, he began to notice subtle irregularities. The way the water seemed to pool differently near one section of cliff, the slight discoloration of the stone that might indicate magical alteration. "Show me," Regulus said, already moving forward across the treacherous stones. The beach was perhaps 50 meters wide at low tide, though Regulus could see the dark line on the cliffs that marked where the sea would reach when the water rose. They would need to be quick. Getting trapped in the cave by the tide would be the least of his problems, but there was no sense courting additional dangers. Creature led him to the base of the cliff, where the stones gave way to barnacle-encrusted rock that disappeared into the churning surf. Up close, Regulus could see that what appeared to be solid cliff face was actually two sections of rock, one slightly in front of the other, creating a gap barely wide enough for a man to squeeze through sideways. "The Dark Lord spoke words, Master," Creature said, his whole body trembling, either from cold or memory. And then he touched the stone with blood. Regulus studied the rock face, running his hands across its surface. The stone was cold and slick, worn smooth by centuries of tide and weather. But beneath his fingers, he felt something else, a faint vibration, a hum of magic so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Blood magic. The Dark Lord had keyed the entrance to intent and sacrifice, ensuring that only someone willing to pay the price could enter. It was elegant in its cruelty, and Regulus felt a flash of bitter admiration despite himself. The Dark Lord might be a monster, but he was a brilliant one. Regulus withdrew his wand, holding it carefully in his left hand, while he pulled a small silver knife from his robes with his right. The blade gleamed dully in the grey light, and for a moment he hesitated. Once he crossed this threshold, there would be no turning back. The wards would alert the Dark Lord that someone had entered his sanctum, though hopefully not until long after Regulus had done what he came to do. "Master doesn't have to do this," Creature said quietly, though they both knew it was a lie. Creature could go alone. "No," Regulus said firmly. "I need you, Creature. I can't row a boat and maintain protective spells at the same time, and I'll need your help when the time comes to drink the potion." He didn't mention what they both knew, that Creature would need to be there to disapparate the locket away if everything went wrong. The house elf was the only one who could escape the cave's wards, the only one who could ensure the locket made it back to Grimmauld Place, even if Regulus didn't. Before he could reconsider, Regulus drew the knife across his palm. Pain flared, sharp and immediate, and blood welled up in the cut, dark red against his pale skin. He pressed his bleeding hand to the stone and spoke clearly. "I seek what has been hidden. I am willing to pay the price." For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the stone beneath his hand grew warm, almost hot, and Regulus felt the magic seize his blood, tasting it, testing it. He held perfectly still, barely breathing, while the ancient enchantments decided whether to grant him passage or strike him down where he stood. The warmth spread outward from his hand, racing across the rock face in spiderweb patterns of light that glowed the color of old blood. And then, like ice melting or mist dissipating, the stone between the two cliff sections became translucent, then transparent, then simply ceased to be solid. Where there had been rock was now an opening, a doorway into absolute darkness. It worked. Regulus breathed, relief and terror warring in his chest. He quickly wrapped his bleeding hand in a handkerchief, whispering a minor healing charm to seal the wound. He would need both hands for what lay ahead. The entrance beckoned, a mouth of shadow that seemed to swallow light itself. Regulus could see perhaps a meter into the darkness before everything became an impenetrable black. No sound emerged from within, no echo of dripping water or rustle of wind. The cave simply waited, patient and hungry. "Lumos," Regulus whispered, and his wand tip blazed with white light. The illumination pushed back the darkness, revealing smooth walls that bore the marks of deliberate shaping. This was no natural cave carved by wind and water, but a chamber hollowed out by magic, ancient and purposeful. The ceiling arched overhead, disappearing into shadows his wand light couldn't quite reach, and the floor sloped downward at a gentle angle, leading deeper into the earth. Regulus stepped across the threshold, creature close at his heels. The moment they were both inside, he felt the stone seal shut behind them with a sound like a heavy door closing. His light showed solid rock where the entrance had been moments before. No turning back now. The air inside was different from the wind-whipped cold of the beach. Here it was still and stale, with an underlying dampness that spoke of proximity to water. But there was something else too, a scent Regulus couldn't quite place, sweet and rotting at the same time, like flowers left too long in a vase. "Stay close," Regulus murmured to creature, though the house elf was already pressed against his leg, his large eyes reflecting the wand light like mirrors. They moved forward slowly, Regulus keeping his wand raised, his eyes scanning constantly for traps or wards. The Dark Lord would not have left this place unguarded, and the blood price at the entrance was likely only the first of many defenses. But as they descended, passing through what must have been hundreds of meters of carved tunnel, Regulus encountered nothing. No curses sprung from the walls, no hidden pitfalls opened beneath their feet, no creatures lunged from the shadows. The emptiness was almost more unnerving than any active defense would have been. "The Dark Lord was confident," Regulus said softly, his voice echoing strangely in the confined space. "He believed the protections at the lake would be enough." "The lake was terrible, Master," creature whispered. "More terrible than words can say." They walked for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 or 15 minutes. The tunnel curved gently, always descending, and Regulus tried to calculate how deep they must be. Below sea level, certainly, perhaps far below. The weight of stone above them seemed to press down, making the air feel thick and hard to breathe. Then the tunnel opened up, and Regulus stopped so abruptly the creature bumped into his legs. Before them stretched a vast underground cavern, so large that Regulus's wand light barely illuminated its far walls. The ceiling soared overhead, lost in darkness despite his brightest lumos. But it was what dominated the center of the cavern that stole Regulus's breath and sent ice flooding through his veins. A lake, perfectly circular, perfectly still, its surface reflecting his wand light like black glass. The water, if it even was water, seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating the unsettling impression of looking into a hole in reality itself. And in the very center of that impossible darkness, Regulus could just make out a pale spot that might have been stone, might have been the island creature had described. "By Merlin," Regulus breathed. He approached the edge of the lake carefully, his wand held high, peering into the depths. The water was so clear he should have been able to see the bottom. But instead, there was only blackness, infinite and hungry. And as he stared, Regulus could have sworn he saw movement in those depths, pale shapes drifting just beyond the reach of his light, there and gone like half-remembered nightmares. The Inferi, waiting, patient. "The boat, Master," creature said, pointing with one gnarled finger toward a section of shore to their right. Regulus moved along the lake's edge, his footsteps echoing off the stone, until he found what creature indicated. Partially hidden behind a jutting rock was a small boat, little more than a rowboat really, its wood grey with age and moisture. It looked fragile, barely seaworthy, but when Regulus examined it more closely, he could feel the magic that sustained it. Preservation charms woven so deeply into the wood that the boat would likely last for centuries. There were no oars. Instead, 2 metal rings were set into the sides, clearly meant for a rower to grip. The boat was designed for a single purpose, to carry passengers to the island and back, powered by the rower's physical effort rather than magic. Another layer of the Dark Lord's defenses, ensuring that anyone seeking the Horcrux would be exhausted before they even reached it. "I'll row," Regulus said. "You keep watch, creature. If you see anything in the water, anything at all, tell me immediately." They climbed into the boat, which rocked alarmingly, but held steady. Regulus positioned himself at the rings, gripping them firmly, while Creature huddled in the prow, his eyes fixed on the black water with an expression of abject terror. Regulus pulled on the rings, and the boat slid smoothly away from the shore. The motion was strange. The rings didn't turn or move, but somehow his pulling translated into forward momentum. Magic, of course, though the mechanics of it were beyond Regulus's understanding. The silence was absolute. No splash of water against the hull, no creak of wood or chain. The boat moved across the glassy surface as if skating on ice, leaving no wake, no disturbance to mark their passage. Around them, the darkness pressed in, held back only by the small sphere of one light that Regulus maintained with increasing difficulty. "How long did it take to reach the island?" Regulus asked, his voice sounding too loud in the suffocating quiet. "Many minutes, master. The lake is larger than it seems." Regulus pulled steadily, falling into a rhythm. His shoulders began to ache almost immediately. He had never been particularly athletic, preferring books to Quidditch, study to physical exertion. But he gritted his teeth and continued, watching the pale spot in the distance grow slowly, infinitesimally larger. They had been rowing for perhaps 5 minutes when Creature made a small, frightened sound. "What is it?" Regulus asked, not breaking his rhythm. "In the water, master." Creature saw something. Regulus looked down, angling his wand to illuminate the depths. For a moment, he saw nothing, just that infinite blackness. Then, at the very edge of his light, he glimpsed it. A pale hand, fingers splayed, drifting past just beneath the surface. It was there for only a second before the darkness swallowed it again. But that brief glimpse was enough to make Regulus's blood run cold. The hand had been skeletal, waterlogged, bits of rotted flesh clinging to the bones. And worse, as it passed, Regulus had seen the fingers twitch, curl, reach upward toward the boat with terrible, purposeful hunger. "Keep rowing, master," Creature whispered. "The island is not far now. Keep rowing and do not look into the water." But Regulus couldn't help looking. And the more he looked, the more he saw. Shapes moving in the depths, dozens of them, hundreds perhaps. Bodies in various states of decay, some merely bloated and pale, others reduced to skeletons held together by scraps of tissue and dark magic. They swirled beneath the boat like fish following a baited hook. Their empty eyes turned upward, their mouths open in silent screams or hungry anticipation. Regulus pulled harder on the rings, his breath coming faster, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cavern's chill. The island was closer now, close enough that he could make out details. smooth black stone rising perhaps a meter above the water's surface, roughly circular, perhaps 20 paces across. And in its center, glowing with that same sickly green light Creature had described, stood the basin. "Almost there, Master," Creature encouraged, though his voice shook. "Almost there." The boat glided the final meters and bumped gently against the island's shore. Regulus released the rings with relief, his arms trembling from exertion. He climbed out carefully, helping Creature after him, and the boat remained where it was, waiting patiently for their return journey. If there was a return journey. Regulus stood on the island, his wand held high, taking in his surroundings. The stone beneath his feet had been worked smooth, carved with symbols that he recognized from his studies as ancient runes of protection and containment. They formed concentric circles around the basin, layer upon layer of wards designed not to keep people out, but to keep something in. The Horcrux. The Dark Lord had been thorough in his protections. The basin itself dominated the island's center, carved from a single piece of black stone that seemed to drink light. It was perhaps a meter across and half a meter deep, filled to the brim with liquid that glowed an eerie, poisonous green. The substance moved sluggishly, more viscous than water, and even from several paces away, Regulus could smell it. That same sweet rotten scent he had noticed in the tunnel, but 1,000 times stronger. "This is it," Regulus said unnecessarily. His voice sounded flat, dead, swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere of the place. Creature moved to stand beside him, staring at the basin with undisguised horror. "Creature remembers, Master. Creature remembers the burning and the visions and the terrible thirst." Regulus placed a hand on the house elf's shoulder, feeling him tremble beneath the touch. "I know. I'm sorry, Creature. But this is necessary." He approached the basin slowly, half expecting wards to activate, curses to fly from the surrounding darkness. But nothing happened. The Dark Lord had been confident, arrogant even in his belief that the potion and the inferi would be protection enough. Regulus peered into the basin, and his breath caught. There, at the bottom, barely visible through the glowing liquid, he could see it. The locket, heavy gold with that serpentine S worked into its surface, resting on the black stone like a treasure waiting to be claimed. So close, and yet impossibly far. "You remember the plan?" Regulus asked Creature, not taking his eyes from the locket. "Yes, Master. Creature is to make Master drink all the potion, no matter what Master says. And when the basin is empty, Creature is to take the real locket and leave the false one in its place. And then," Creature's voice dropped to a whisper, "and then Creature is to take Master home." Regulus nodded, knowing it was a promise that couldn't be kept, but grateful for the lie nonetheless. He reached into his robes and withdrew the fake locket, pressing it into Creature's hands. "When I reach for water, when the inferi come, that's when you take the real locket and go. Don't wait for me. Don't try to fight them. Just go. Promise me, Creature." The house elf's eyes filled with tears. Creature promises. There was nothing left to say. No more preparations to make. No more delays to justify. Regulus looked at the basin one final time, at the potion that would soon be inside him, burning through his mind and body. He thought of Sirius, of the letter waiting in Grimmauld Place. He thought of the Dark Lord, of the murders and tortures committed in the name of blood purity. He thought of Creature, tortured and nearly killed for being deemed less than wizard kind. This was the right choice. Perhaps the only right choice he had ever made. Regulus Black raised his wand, whispered a quiet prayer to gods he wasn't sure he believed in, and prepared to drink. Chapter 5. The Potion's Torment. Regulus knelt beside the basin, his reflection staring back at him from the surface of the green liquid. The face looking up at him seemed younger than his 20 years, pale and drawn in the eerie light. For a moment, he barely recognized himself. This wasn't the confident, pure-blood heir who had walked the halls of Hogwarts, nor the eager Death Eater who had knelt before the Dark Lord. This was someone else entirely, someone shaped by hard choices and harder truths. He reached out, his hand hovering over the basin's edge. The potion's surface rippled at his proximity, as if responding to his presence, anticipating what was to come. "There's no other way?" Regulus asked, though he already knew the answer. Creature shook his head sadly. "The basin will not yield the locket until it is empty, Master." Creature tried to summon it, tried to reach through the potion, but the magic is too strong. It must be drunk. Regulus nodded. He had expected as much. The Dark Lord wouldn't have left such an obvious vulnerability. He looked around for something to use as a cup and found nothing. The island was bare, save for the basin and the runes carved into the stone. "I'll have to use my hands," he said, more to himself than to Creature. He cupped his palms together and dipped them into the potion. The liquid was cold, far colder than it had any right to be, and it clung to his skin like oil. Even this small contact sent a jolt through his nerves, a warning of horrors to come. Regulus raised his hands to his lips and drank. The taste hit him first. Bitter beyond imagining, like poison and rot and despair distilled into liquid form. His throat rebelled, trying to force the substance back up, but Regulus swallowed determinedly. The potion slid down like liquid ice, leaving a trail of burning cold in its wake. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Regulus drew breath to take another mouthful, thinking perhaps the reports had been exaggerated. Then the pain began. It started in his stomach, a twisting agony that doubled him over. But this was no ordinary pain. It seemed to spread outward through his veins like fire, touching every nerve, every fiber of his being. Regulus gasped, his hands clutching at his robes, fighting the urge to scream. "Master must keep drinking," Creature said, his voice thick with anguish. "Creature is sorry, but Master must continue." Regulus forced himself upright, his hands shaking violently as he scooped another mouthful of potion. This time he knew what was coming, but the knowledge didn't help. The second mouthful burned worse than the first, as if the potion was building upon itself, compounding its effects. And then the visions began. The island, the cave, Creature, all of it dissolved like mist, replaced by something far more terrible. Regulus found himself back in Grimmauld Place, but it was burning. Flames consumed the ancient house, crackling through the library, where he had spent so many hours, devouring the tapestry with the Black family tree, reducing everything to ash and ruin. "No," Regulus whispered, though he knew it wasn't real. "It's just the potion. It isn't real." But knowing didn't help. The heat of the flames felt real against his skin, the smoke choked his lungs, and he could hear screaming from within the house, Creature's voice calling for help that wouldn't come. "Drink, Master." Creature's actual voice cut through the vision, and Regulus felt the house elf guide his hands back to the basin. "Master must keep drinking." Another mouthful. The vision shifted, fragmented, reformed into something worse. Now Regulus stood in the drawing room facing his parents, while Burger Black loomed over him, her face twisted with disgust and fury. Orion stood behind her, silent and cold as always, his grey eyes, so like Regulus's own, filled with bitter disappointment. "You have failed us," his mother hissed, her voice echoing impossibly loud. "Failed the family, failed the name of Black. You are weak, worthless, a stain on our noble heritage." "I'm trying to make it right," Regulus heard himself say, though he knew this was illusion, knew his parents weren't really here. "I'm trying to—" "You're trying to die like a coward," Orion said, his voice cutting. "Running away from your responsibilities, your commitments. The dark mark you bear is a promise, boy, and you're breaking that promise." "The Dark Lord is a monster," Regulus protested, but his voice sounded weak even to his own ears. "He tortured creature. He murders innocents. He is restoring the wizarding world to its proper order," Wahlberger interrupted. "And you are too foolish, too sentimental to understand. Just like your brother, just like that blood traitor Sirius." The mention of Sirius made something crack in Regulus's chest. The vision shifted again, and now his brother stood before him. But this was Sirius, as Regulus remembered him from their last meeting in Diagon Alley, his face hard with contempt. "I told you," Sirius said, his voice flat and emotionless. "I told you what they were, what the Dark Lord was, but you wouldn't listen. You never listen." "I'm listening now," Regulus tried to say, but the words wouldn't come. The potion had stolen his voice. Or perhaps he had never had the right to speak in the first place. "It's too late," Sirius continued. "You made your choice, Regulus. You took the mark. You stood by while they tortured and killed. And now you think one noble death will erase all of that? You think dying in a cave will make you a hero?" "I don't want to be a hero," Regulus managed to whisper. "I just want to stop him. I just want to—" "You want redemption," Sirius interrupted, and now his voice held pity, which was somehow worse than contempt. "But some sins are too great for redemption, little brother. Some choices can't be unmade." "Master must drink," Creature's voice again, distant and distorted. "Please, Master, please keep drinking." Regulus's hands moved mechanically, scooping, raising to his lips, swallowing. The basin seemed no emptier despite how much he had consumed, as if the potion was regenerating itself, ensuring the torture would last forever. The visions came faster now, bleeding into one another. He saw the Muggle family again, the one whose murder he had witnessed at the Death Eater gathering. But now it was worse. Now the Dark Lord handed Regulus a wand, commanded him to perform the killing curse himself. "No," Regulus sobbed. I won't. But in the vision, his hand raised, his mouth formed the words, and green light erupted from his wand. The Muggles fell, their screams cut short, and the Dark Lord laughed in approval. "You see," the vision Dark Lord said, his red eyes gleaming. "You are one of us, Regulus Black. You always have been. This little rebellion of yours is meaningless. You cannot escape what you are." The scene changed. Now Regulus was back at Hogwarts, standing in the Slytherin common room. His friends surrounded him, Avery, Mulciber, Rosier, all of them laughing as they discussed Muggle baiting, all of them eager for the day they could join the Dark Lord's ranks. And there was Regulus in the center of them, younger, smiling, agreeing with everything they said. How had he ever thought those beliefs were noble? How had he been so blind? Because you wanted to be, a voice said, and Regulus turned to find himself facing his own reflection. But this reflection was twisted, corrupted, the dark mark writhing across its forearm like a living thing. You wanted power. You wanted to belong. You wanted to prove you were better than Sirius, better than the blood traitors and muggle lovers. That's not true, Regulus protested weakly. Isn't it? His reflection asked. You knew what the Dark Lord was. Deep down, you always knew. But you joined anyway because it was easier than standing alone, easier than being brave like Sirius. The potion burned in his veins, and Regulus screamed, or thought he screamed. He couldn't tell anymore what was real and what was illusion. His hands continued their mechanical motion, scooping and drinking, while visions assaulted him from all sides. He saw Creature being pulled beneath the water by the inferi, saw the house elf's terrified eyes disappear beneath the black surface. He saw Sirius captured and tortured by Death Eaters while Regulus stood by, paralyzed. He saw the Dark Lord victorious, ruling over a wizarding world built on blood and bones, with Regulus's own corpse among the foundation stones. How much more? Regulus gasped between mouthfuls. Creature, how much more? The basin is half empty, Master. Creature's voice was thick with tears. Please, Master must be strong, must keep drinking. Half empty, only half. Regulus wanted to laugh or cry or both. The pain in his body had become a constant, so overwhelming that he could barely distinguish between the burning of the potion and the agony of the visions. His throat was raw. His stomach felt like it was being torn apart from the inside, and his mind was fragmenting, shattering under the weight of guilt and horror and fear that the potion dragged from the darkest corners of his consciousness. But he kept drinking. Through the pain, through the visions, through the growing certainty that he would die, here on this island, Regulus Black kept drinking. Because Creature had endured this, because the locket needed to be retrieved, because it was the only right thing left for him to do. The visions blurred together into a nightmare tapestry. Every mistake, every cruelty, every moment of weakness displayed in excruciating detail. He saw himself at 11, sorted into Slytherin, and feeling such pride. At 13, laughing as older students tormented a Muggleborn. At 15, standing silent as his mother disowned Sirius. At 17, eagerly rolling up his sleeve to receive the dark mark. And between these memories, the potion wove fantasies of futures that would never be. Regulus as a high-ranking Death Eater. Regulus killed in battle by the Order. Regulus old and alone and haunted by his choices. Regulus discovering too late that everything he believed was a lie. Almost finished, Master. Creature's voice, barely penetrating the haze of agony. Just a little more. Please, Master Regulus. Just a little more. Regulus's hands dipped into the basin again, came up with liquid that now seemed to burn his skin just from contact. He forced it past his lips, swallowed through a throat that felt like it was lined with glass. The level in the basin was dropping now. He could see it even through his blurred vision, could see the dark stone of the basin's bottom emerging from the green glow. One more mouthful, then another, and finally, mercifully, his cupped hands came up empty. The basin was dry save for a few drops clinging to its sides, and there at the bottom, gleaming in the wandlight, lay the locket. But Regulus barely registered this victory. The moment the last of the potion entered his system, his body seized with a new kind of agony. His throat closed, parched beyond endurance, every cell crying out for water. The pain of thirst overwhelmed everything else. The burning, the visions, even the emotional torment. All of it paled before this desperate, consuming need for water. Regulus crawled toward the edge of the island, his vision swimming, barely conscious of what he was doing. Water. There was water all around, an entire lake of it, black and cold and pure. He needed it. He would die without it. Master, no. Creature's voice was sharp with panic. Master must not drink from the lake. But Regulus couldn't hear him, couldn't think past the desperate need. His hands reached out, stretching toward the water's surface. Just one sip. Just enough to ease this terrible thirst. His fingers touched the surface, and the lake exploded into motion. Pale hands erupted from the depths, dozens of them, hundreds. They grabbed at Regulus's wrists, his arms, his robes. Waterlogged faces appeared beneath the surface, eyeless and rotting, mouths gaping in silent hunger. The inferi had been waiting, patient and tireless, and now they surged upward to claim their prize. "Creature!" Regulus screamed, or tried to. His voice emerged as barely a croak. "The locket! Get the locket and go!" He felt himself being pulled toward the water, felt the terrible strength in those dead hands. Behind him, he was dimly aware of Creature moving, heard the house elf scrambling to retrieve the real locket from the basin, to leave the fake in its place. "Go," Regulus managed. "Creature, go now." But the house elf's voice came from right beside him, defiant despite his terror. Not without Master Regulus, Creature promised to take Master home. The inferi pulled harder, and Regulus felt his legs slide into the water. The cold was shocking, instantly numbing. More hands grabbed him, pulling from below, dragging him down into the black depths where so many corpses waited. Through the haze of pain and thirst and fear, Regulus felt a strange sense of calm settle over him. This was always how it was going to end. He had known that from the moment he decided to come here. But he had done it. He had retrieved the locket, had started something that might, with luck, lead to the Dark Lord's downfall. It would have to be enough. "Creature," Regulus whispered as the water closed over his chest. "Take the locket to Grimmauld Place. Keep it safe. And tell Sirius. Tell him I'm sorry." Then the inferi pulled him under, and the darkness swallowed him whole. The cold was absolute, beyond anything Regulus had ever experienced. It wasn't merely the absence of warmth, but something far more fundamental. The cold of death itself, seeping into his bones, his blood, his very soul. The water of the lake was thick and viscous, more like oil than liquid, and it pulled at him with terrible purpose, dragging him down into depths that seemed to have no bottom. Dead hands clutched at every part of him, his robes, his hair, his arms and legs. Fingers that should have been too rotted to grip, held with inhuman strength, pulling in different directions, as if the inferi were fighting over their prize. Through the murky darkness, Regulus could see them now. Dozens of corpses surrounding him in a grotesque tableau. Some were fresh enough that their features were still recognizable. Men and women with bloated, waterlogged faces and empty eye sockets that somehow still seemed to see. Others were little more than skeletons, held together by scraps of flesh and dark magic, their bones gleaming white in the dim glow that emanated from the potion still burning in Regulus's veins. He tried to struggle, tried to reach for his wand, but his limbs wouldn't obey. The potion had drained him of strength, left him barely conscious, and the thirst, Merlin, the thirst was still there, even as he was being drowned. His body didn't seem to understand that the water filling his lungs wasn't the relief it craved. This is how I die, Regulus thought with strange clarity. Pulled apart by corpses in a forgotten cave, my body left to join their number. Another guardian for the Dark Lord's precious Horcrux. But then he heard it, a voice cutting through the water, muffled but unmistakable. Creature screaming his name with such anguish that it pierced even the fog of dying. Master Regulus! Master Regulus! No! Through the darkness, Regulus saw light, not the sickly green of the potion, but warm golden light that seemed to drive the inferi back. Creature had jumped into the water. The house elf was swimming toward him with desperate strokes, one gnarled hand outstretched, the other clutching something that gleamed against his chest. The locket! Creature had the locket. No! Regulus tried to scream, though only bubbles emerged from his mouth. Go, you fool! Disapparate! Save yourself! But Creature didn't go. The house elf fought through the inferi with magic that crackled around him like lightning. Magic different from wizard spells, raw and primal. The ancient power of house elves that wizards had never fully understood. The corpses recoiled from him, their dead hands releasing Regulus as they shrank back from Creature's fury. Creature's hand closed around Regulus's wrist, and even through the cold and the dying, Regulus felt the warmth of that touch. The house elf's eyes met his, and in them Regulus saw determination that transcended mere obedience, that went beyond the bonds of servitude into something far deeper. Love. Creature loved him. The realization hit Regulus like a physical blow. This creature he had taken for granted his entire life, this being wizards dismissed as property, loved him enough to die for him. Creature pulled, trying to drag Regulus toward the surface, but there were too many inferi. They swarmed around them both now, drawn by the presence of living flesh, by the warmth of blood and breath that they no longer possessed. Dead fingers clawed at Creature's robes, at his arms, trying to separate him from his master. Regulus felt consciousness slipping away. The lake's darkness was bleeding into his vision, narrowing his sight to a small tunnel that grew smaller with each passing second. His lungs screamed for air that wouldn't come. His heart struggled to pump blood through veins filled with poison and cold. But even as he felt himself dying, a strange thing happened. Memories began to surface, not the tortured visions the potion had forced upon him, but real memories, untainted and pure. He was 7 years old, falling off a broom in the garden of Grimmauld Place. Creature had been there instantly, cushioning his fall with magic, fussing over his scraped knee with tears in his eyes. Regulus had laughed and told the house elf not to worry, and Creature had smiled, actually smiled, with such obvious relief. He was 9, and Sirius had just left for Hogwarts for the first time. Regulus sat in the library, feeling desperately alone, and Creature had brought him hot chocolate without being asked, had sat with him while he cried, had whispered that he wasn't alone, that Creature would always be there. He was 12, receiving his Hogwarts letter, and Creature had pressed his best robes with such care, had polished his trunk until it gleamed, had slipped a package of his favorite sweets into his luggage with a whispered instruction not to tell his mother. All these moments, all this love freely given, and Regulus had never truly seen it. He had accepted it as his due, the natural order of things, never questioning, never wondering what it cost Creature to serve a family that barely acknowledged his devotion. Through the fading light of consciousness, Regulus understood something with terrible clarity. Creature was more family to him than his parents had ever been. This house elf had raised him, cared for him, loved him unconditionally, even as Regulus made choice after terrible choice. And now, Creature was going to die trying to save him. No, Regulus couldn't allow that, wouldn't allow it. Somewhere deep inside, beneath the poison and the pain and the suffocating darkness, Regulus found a spark. Not of strength, he had none of that left, but of will, of purpose, of the same determination that had brought him to this cave in the first place, his wand. Where was his wand? His fingers were numb, barely responding, but he forced them to move, searching through his robes. There, the familiar wood pressing against his palm. He couldn't grip it properly, couldn't form the precise movements needed for most spells, but perhaps expecto patronum. He didn't say the words aloud, couldn't with his lungs full of water, but he thought them with every fiber of his being, and he reached not for happy memories from his past, but for this moment, this terrible present where Creature fought to save him, despite everything, where love proved stronger than death and servitude and the corrupting power of the dark mark. Silver light exploded from his wand. It wasn't a full Patronus. Regulus had neither the strength nor the clarity for that, but it was light, pure and bright, and it drove through the water like a blade. The inferi shrieked, a sound Regulus felt rather than heard, vibrating through the water and his bones, and recoiled from the light as if burned. The hands clutching at him loosened, fell away. The corpses surrounding them scattered into the darkness, driven back by the silver glow that pulsed from Regulus's wand in irregular bursts, growing dimmer with each pulse as his consciousness failed. Creature seized the opportunity, wrapping both arms around Regulus's chest and pulling with desperate strength. They rose through the water, agonizingly slow, while below them the inferi regrouped, gathering courage to attack again despite the fading light. Regulus's wand slipped from his nerveless fingers, the silver light dying. But they were close to the surface now. He could see it above, a rippling barrier between death and life. His vision was almost completely black, just a pinpoint remaining, and even that was fading fast. They broke the surface with a splash that seemed impossibly loud in the cavern's silence. Regulus gasped, trying to breathe, but his lungs were full of water, and all that emerged was a wet, choking sound. Creature held him with one arm while swimming with the other, making for the island with strokes powered by sheer desperation. "Master Regulus, breathe! Please breathe!" But Regulus couldn't breathe. His body was shutting down, systems failing one by one. The cold had seeped too deep. The potion had done too much damage. His lungs had taken in too much water. He was aware of Creature dragging him onto the island's stone surface, of the house elf's hands pressing on his chest, trying to expel the water. But it all seemed very distant, as if happening to someone else. Through the fog, he heard Creature sobbing, felt tears falling on his face, warm tears that seemed impossibly precious against his frozen skin. "Master Regulus, please, Creature cannot lose you. Please don't leave Creature alone." Regulus wanted to comfort him, wanted to tell Creature it was all right, that he had done enough, that the locket was safe, and that was all that mattered. But he couldn't make his voice work, couldn't make anything work. Images flashed through his mind, fragmented and confused. Sirius laughing at some joke from their childhood. His mother's rare smile when he brought home perfect marks. The library at Grimmauld Place, sunlight streaming through dusty windows. Hogwarts at night, the castle lit from within like a jewel. Kreacher tucking him into bed when he was small, whispering stories of the noble House of Black. So many moments, so many chances to choose differently, to be better, to understand what truly mattered before it was too late. And yet, in the end, he had chosen. Not perfectly, not heroically, but truly. He had seen the evil he had helped perpetuate, and he had acted against it. He had sacrificed everything, his future, his dreams, his life, to strike one blow against the darkness. It had to count for something. It had to. Regulus felt his heartbeat slowing, felt the cold spreading from his limbs toward his core. This was death, then. Not dramatic, not glorious, but quiet and sad and terribly, terribly lonely, despite Kreacher's presence. "Kreacher," he managed to whisper, the word barely audible even to himself. "Letter, Sirius, tell him." But he couldn't finish. The darkness was complete now, absolute, and Regulus Black surrendered to it. The last thing he felt was Kreacher's hand gripping his, refusing to let go, even as life left Regulus's body. The last thing he heard was the house elf's voice, broken with grief, making a promise. "Kreacher will tell him, Master Regulus. Kreacher will make sure Master Sirius knows. And Kreacher will protect the locket, will keep it safe until it can be destroyed. Kreacher promises. Kreacher promises." Then even that faded, and there was nothing. On the island in the center of the cursed lake, Kreacher knelt beside the body of his young master, clutching a gold locket to his chest and weeping as he had never wept before. The inferi circled in the water below, waiting with the patience of the dead, but they didn't matter now. Nothing mattered except the terrible stillness of the boy, the man who lay before him. Regulus Black was dead at 20 years old, his grey eyes open and unseeing, his face peaceful despite the violence of his passing. The dark mark still coiled on his forearm, a brand of shame he would carry even in death. But in his other hand, had anyone been there to see it? There was something different. The tips of his fingers still glowed with the faintest trace of silver light, the remnant of the Patronus charm, proof that in his final moments, Regulus Black had found something worth protecting, something pure enough to drive back the darkness. It was small comfort to Kreacher as he sat in that terrible place, holding vigil over his master's body. But it was something, and the locket, the real locket, containing a piece of the Dark Lord's soul, hung heavy around the house elf's neck, a burden and a promise and a hope for revenge all at once. Kreacher would carry that burden. He would keep his promises, and someday, somehow, Regulus's sacrifice would mean something. It had to, because if it didn't, then the young man lying dead on this cursed island had died for nothing, and that was a truth Kreacher could not bear to accept. With one final touch to Regulus's cold cheek, Kreacher closed his master's eyes. Then with the locket clutched tight and tears still streaming down his wrinkled face, the house elf disapparated, leaving the cave, the lake, and Regulus Black to the darkness and the dead. The drawing room of number 12, Grimmauld Place, was silent, save for the soft crackle of the fire and the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Rain streaked down the windows, blurring the gas lamps of the street beyond into smears of amber light. The house felt emptier than it ever had before, as if it knew that one of its sons would never return. Creature sat on the floor before the fireplace, his thin body curled into itself, the locket clutched so tightly in his gnarled hands that the metal edges bit into his papery skin. He had been sitting there for hours, or perhaps days. Time had lost meaning, staring into the flames without seeing them. Master Regulus was gone. The words repeated in Creature's mind like a curse, like a wound that wouldn't heal. He had failed. Despite his promises, despite his magic, despite everything he had tried to do, he had failed to bring his young master home alive. The body still lay in the cave. Creature had tried to retrieve it, had disapparated back to that terrible place 3 times, but the Inferi would not let him near. They had claimed Regulus for their own, had pulled his body beneath the black water to join their ranks. The thought of his young master down there in the dark, cold and alone among the corpses was almost more than Creature could bear. Almost, but not quite. Because Creature had made promises, and house elves kept their promises even when their hearts were breaking. He looked down at the locket in his hands, this cursed thing that had cost Master Regulus his life. It was heavier than it should be, as if the fragment of soul it contained added physical weight. The serpentine S seemed to writhe in the firelight, and sometimes, when Creature wasn't looking directly at it, he could swear he heard whispers emanating from the metal, dark and insidious. Creature must destroy it, he whispered to himself. Master Regulus died to retrieve it. Creature must finish what Master started. But how? The locket was protected by magic beyond Creature's understanding, sealed by enchantments that repelled every spell he tried. He had beaten it with fire pokers, had thrown it into the hottest flames he could conjure, had even taken it to the roof and hurled it to the street below. Nothing worked. The locket remained pristine, unmarred, indestructible. Master Regulus had known this might happen. He had left instructions, had written that the locket would need to be destroyed by someone else, someone with knowledge Creature didn't possess. But who? Who could Creature trust with something so precious, so dangerous? The answer came to him slowly, painfully, but with the certainty of truth. Master Sirius. Creature's ears drooped at the thought. Master Sirius was a blood traitor, had abandoned the noble and most ancient House of Black, had brought shame upon the family name. Mistress's portrait in the hallway shrieked curses at the mere mention of him. Everything Creature had been taught, everything he believed, said that Master Sirius was unworthy, untrustworthy, an enemy to all the family stood for. But Master Regulus had loved him. Despite everything, despite the years of estrangement and bitter words, Master Regulus's last thoughts had been of his brother, and Master Regulus had written him a letter. Creature rose slowly, his joints aching, and moved to Master Regulus's bedroom. The room was exactly as it had been left. Bed neatly made, books carefully arranged, the Slytherin banners still hanging on the walls. Creature had kept it pristine, unable to bear the thought of disturbing anything that Master Regulus had touched. He opened the desk drawer with trembling hands and withdrew the sealed letter. The black family crest gleamed in the dim light, and Creature could feel the weight of the words contained within. This was Master Regulus's last message to his brother, his final attempt at reconciliation. Creature couldn't deliver it. Not yet. Not while the wound was so fresh, while grief threatened to overwhelm him completely. But he would keep it safe. When the time was right, when he could bear to face Master Sirius and see the resemblance to the brother who had died, Creature would fulfill this promise too. He returned to the drawing room, the letter clutched in one hand, the locket in the other. The fire had burned low, and Creature waved his hand absently to feed it more fuel. The flames leaped higher, casting dancing shadows across the walls, and in those shadows, Creature seemed to see Master Regulus as a child, running through the house with Master Sirius close behind, both boys laughing without the weight of family expectations or dark marks or terrible choices yet upon their shoulders. "Creature is sorry, Master Regulus," he whispered to the shadows. "Creature tried to save you. Creature tried so hard." But the shadows offered no comfort, no absolution. They simply danced and flickered, indifferent to the house elf's grief. Days passed, marked only by the movement of sun and moon beyond the windows. Mistress and Master, Regulus's parents, did not return to Grimmauld Place. They were travelling on the continent, visiting distant relations, and wouldn't be back for weeks. They didn't know their youngest son was dead, and Creature found he couldn't bear to tell them. Not yet. Let them have a few more days of believing both their sons still lived, even if one had disappointed them. There would be time enough for grief and rage and recrimination. Creature moved through the house like a ghost, performing his duties mechanically. He cleaned rooms that didn't need cleaning, polished silver that already gleamed, prepared meals he had no appetite to eat. Anything to keep busy, to keep from thinking about the cave, the inferi, the terrible moment when Master Regulus's hand had gone limp in his. But at night, alone in his cupboard with the locket hidden beneath his thin blanket, Creature allowed himself to remember. He remembered Master Regulus as a baby, so small and perfect, with grey eyes that had looked up at Creature with complete trust. He remembered teaching the young master to walk, catching him when he stumbled, celebrating each small triumph as if it were a great victory. He remembered Master Regulus's first accidental magic, levitating a toy when Master Sirius had taken it, his face lighting up with wonder at what he had done. Creature had clapped and praised him, even as he quietly repaired the vase that had also been knocked over in the process. He remembered late nights in the library, Master Regulus reading while Creature kept the fire burning, both of them content in the comfortable silence that comes from years of companionship. Sometimes Master Regulus would read passages aloud, sharing discoveries or asking Creature's opinion on complex magical theory, as if a house elf's thoughts mattered. They had mattered to Master Regulus. Creature had mattered to him. And in the end, that was what made the grief bearable, just barely. Master Regulus had seen Creature not as property or a servant, but as someone worthy of love, of sacrifice, of trust with his final mission. Creature would not fail that trust. A week after Master Regulus's death, Creature finally opened the third letter, the one with instructions about the locket and what it was. He read it slowly, carefully, his ancient eyes straining in the candlelight. A Horcrux. The locket was a Horcrux, a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. The knowledge sent a shudder through Creature's small frame. He had been carrying a fragment of that monster's essence, had protected it, even as it whispered dark things in the shadows of his mind. But the letter also gave him hope. Master Regulus had written of destruction methods, of ways the Horcrux might be unmade. Basilisk venom, fiendfire, a legendary sword, any magic powerful enough to destroy beyond magical repair. Creature read and reread the letter until he had it memorized. Then he placed it with Master Sirius's letter, both of them wrapped carefully in oilcloth and hidden in a secret compartment in Master Regulus's desk. Someday, someone would need this information. Someday, the locket would be destroyed, and Master Regulus's sacrifice would mean something. Until then, Creature would guard it. He would keep it safe from the Dark Lord, from Death Eaters, from anyone who might seek to return it to that terrible cave. It was his burden now, his responsibility, his promise to the young master who had died trying to do one good thing in a life marked by terrible choices. Months passed. Autumn gave way to winter, and snow fell on London, covering the grime and darkness in a blanket of white that lasted only until morning. Mistress and master returned to Grimmauld Place, and Creature told them their son was gone. The house filled with screaming. Mistress raged and wept, her grief transmuting instantly into fury. It was the Order's fault, she shrieked. Blood traitors and Muggle lovers had killed her son, had somehow discovered his loyalty to the Dark Lord and murdered him for it. Master said nothing, simply retreated to his study with a bottle of fire whiskey, and didn't emerge for 3 days. Neither of them thought to ask Creature what had really happened. Neither seemed to notice the house elf's own grief, his red-rimmed eyes and trembling hands. They were too consumed by their own pain to see anyone else's. So Creature kept his secrets. He told them Master Regulus had died in service to the Dark Lord, which was true in a way, and let them believe what they wanted about the circumstances. The truth, that their son had died fighting against the monster they revered, would only cause more pain, more rage, more screaming, and it wouldn't bring Master Regulus back. The Dark Lord himself came to Grimmauld Place, offering condolences that rang hollow, his red eyes gleaming with something that might have been satisfaction. One less potential traitor, those eyes seemed to say. One less weakness to worry about. Creature served tea with shaking hands, watching the monster who had sent Master Regulus to his death, who had tortured Creature himself without a second thought, who wore Master Regulus's blood on his hands as surely as if he had drowned him personally. The locket hung heavy around Creature's neck, hidden beneath his tea towel, its presence a burning secret. The Dark Lord sat mere meters away, discussing Master Regulus's tragic death, never knowing that his precious Horcrux was so close, never suspecting that his supposedly loyal followers had betrayed him. When the Dark Lord finally left, Creature collapsed in the kitchen, his small body racked with silent sobs. He had done it. He had kept the secret, had protected the locket, had honored Master Regulus's sacrifice. But the cost was almost more than he could bear. Years passed, measured in seasons and sorrows. The war raged on, consuming the wizarding world in darkness and fear. Death Eaters grew bolder. The Order of the Phoenix fought back desperately, and innocent people died in numbers too great to count. Master Sirius was imprisoned in Azkaban, accused of betraying his friends, of murdering 13 people with a single curse. Creature knew it was wrong. Master Sirius was many things, but not a murderer. But there was nothing a house elf could do against the judgment of wizards. Mistress died, her portrait hung in the hallway, where it shrieked at anyone who passed. Master followed her not long after, leaving Grimmauld Place to Master Sirius by blood inheritance, even though he had been disowned in life. And Creature remained, alone in the house, with his memories and his secrets and the locket that had cost Master Regulus everything. He kept Master Regulus's room exactly as it had been, a shrine to a young man who had died trying to be better than he was raised to be. Sometimes, late at night, Creature would sit in that room and talk to the shadows, telling Master Regulus about the war, about Master Sirius's imprisonment, about how Creature had kept his promises even when it was hard, even when he was so tired and so alone. The locket whispered to him in the darkness, promised him things, tried to corrupt him as it had corrupted so many others. But Creature's will was stronger than the Horcrux expected. He had promised Master Regulus, and the house elf's promise was unbreakable. More years passed. The Dark Lord fell, defeated by a baby boy who survived the killing curse. The wizarding world celebrated, believing the nightmare was over. But Creature knew better. He had Master Regulus's letter, had his warnings about Horcruxes and immortality. The Dark Lord would return. It was only a question of when. And when he did, when the time came for the final battle, Creature would be ready. He would have the locket. He would have the truth. And Master Regulus's sacrifice would finally mean something. In the drawing room of number 12, Grimold Place, an old house elf sat by the fire, guarding secrets that could change the fate of the wizarding world. He was alone, forgotten by nearly everyone, dismissed as mad by the few who even remembered he existed. But Creature knew. He had loved a boy who became a man who chose death over dishonor. He had witnessed courage of a kind most wizards would never understand. The courage to admit you were wrong, to turn against everything you had believed, to die alone and unmourned for a cause you barely lived long enough to serve. Regulus Black had died unseen, his heroism unknown, his name remembered only as another casualty of the war, another Death Eater who got what he deserved. But Creature knew the truth, and someday, the world would know it too. Until then, he would wait, he would remember, and he would keep his promises to the young master who had loved him, who had seen him as more than a servant, who had trusted him with everything in the end. It was the only legacy Regulus Black had left, but for Creature, it was enough. Outside, dawn broke over London, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. A new day beginning, full of possibility and hope. And in Grimold Place, an old house elf clutched a locket to his chest and whispered a promise to the shadows. Creature will not forget, Master Regulus. Creature will never forget. The story of Regulus Black remained hidden for many years, buried beneath layers of secrecy and shadow. The wizarding world remembered him only as a Death Eater who had disappeared during the First War. Another casualty, another name on a long list of the fallen. Even his own family never knew the truth of how he died or why. But secrets, like the dead, have a way of rising when least expected. Years later, when another young wizard would face the Dark Lord in a final confrontation, when the hunt for Horcruxes would become desperate and dire, Creature's vigil would finally end. The truth would emerge from the darkness of Grimold Place, carried by a house elf who had kept faith for decades, who had never forgotten his promise to a young master who had chosen redemption over safety. And in that moment, Regulus Black's sacrifice would finally matter. His death would become part of the chain of events that led to the Dark Lord's ultimate defeat. The locket he had died to retrieve would be destroyed, the fragment of soul within it obliterated, making victory possible. He would never know fame. His name would never appear in history books alongside the great heroes of the war. No statues would be erected in his memory, no songs sung in his honor. But he would be remembered by those who mattered, by his brother Sirius, who would finally understand the choice Regulus had made, by Harry Potter, who would see in Regulus's story an echo of his own struggle between expectation and choice, and most of all, by Creature, whose love had never wavered, whose loyalty had never faltered. In the end, perhaps that was enough. Regulus Black had lived in shadow and died in darkness, but his final act had been one of light. He had chosen love over hatred, sacrifice over self-preservation, redemption over despair. And in the vast tapestry of the war against darkness, that single thread, small and easily overlooked, had been essential to the pattern that would finally bring peace. Some heroes wear cloaks of invisibility. Some fight in forgotten places. Some die unseen and unmourned, their victories silent, their courage witnessed only by house elves and shadows. But they are heroes nonetheless, and their legacy, however hidden, endures.